Fighter Kite going up and in. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Step tardy, Saybrook. It's Ola Sabo and East Coast Girl. These two dash out for the lead. Kegs to the outside of Saybrook for third. Saybrook now up into the third spot. Fighter Kite's to the outside of Allure of Money. Allure of Money about 9 lengths off the lead at the tail of the field. Onto the turn. East Coast Girl setting a pressured pace, and the pressure is being applied by Ola Sabo, who's trying to keep position towards the inside in second. Saybrook, White Blinkers third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 4 lengths to Kegs in fourth. Fighter Kites in second last, and 3.5 lengths back to Allure of Money, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. East Coast Girl the first to face us. Ola Sabo's a game foe up the inside. Saybrook is lugging in there ever so slightly. Kegs up the inside fourth. 16th to go. East Coast Girl cleans that lead. Ola Sabo attempting to come back towards the inside. Ola Sabo coming back. Ola Sabo, East Coast Girl in a photo. That's second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Lord King, who hustles out for the lead. Plex is on the outside. Captain Zane, the gray, splitting rivals up into third. A length and a half off the lead. 2 more lengths back to No Filter, who tracks in fourth. A length and a half to Milkshake, who's out of last. And Solo Flights now at the back of the pack at about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Onto the turn. It's Lord King, the huge favorite, has the lead with 3 furlongs to go. The lead's a length and a half too. Over Plex, who's outside in second. Captain Zane, the gray, towards the inside third, and then it's No Filter, who is in between horses in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Milkshake's in second last, and Solo Flights at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Lord King comes off the turn, leading by 2. Plex 3 wide in second, and then it's No Filter is 1 paced, as well as Captain Zane. They run to the 16th pole. It's Lord King on top by 3 lengths over Plex. They come down to the winning line. It's Lord King, the gigantic favorite, wins by 3.5. Plex second, No Filter third. $30.90. Try $14.96. Super $8.62. Third race, Finger Lakes. No. And they're off. It's D-O-double-G who's sprinting out for the lead. Magic Beach up the inside. These two together is 1. Rockin' Money right behind the speed in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths Savage State in fourth. A similar margin to Montauk Memoirs deep on the course in second last. And Lucero Non Uro is at the back of the pack. It's Magic Beach who gets the front and has the lead by 3 parts of a length with 3 furlongs to go. D-O-double-G stalks outside second. Rockin' Money now glides up to the outside third. Now up into a joint second. A length and a half off the lead. Savage State's in fourth and 4 off the lead. Montauk Memoirs another length and a half behind that one as they turn into the stretch. Magic Beach shaking up on the front end. D-O-double-G. Rockin' Money's on the outside. Savage State has inside passage if good enough. 4 across the track. 1 furlong to go. It's Rockin' Money and Savage State who kick on with it. Third place, Magic Beach. Deep stretch. Rockin' Money. Savage State. Savage State. Rockin' Money. Photo finish. Too close. $16 the winning mutual, third race official. Double, $19.64. Exacta, $26.54. In the gate. And they're off. Not the best star in the world for Propitious, who's last. It's Rideshare who kicks on through towards the inside to get that early lead. Gallon Creek to the outside of Wisecracker for second. A space of about 6 lengths to Propitious, who's on the move out of last. And then about 7 lengths to Royal Zorro, who's at the tail of the field. Rideshare into the turn has a lead by a half length over Gallon Creek, who comes to contest outside second. Wisecracker, Niggalopod in third. 3 lengths back to Propitious in fourth. And 1 way at the back here, basically out of the race, is Royal Zorro. Might be pulled up as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Rideshare who cuts the corner, comes off the turn, leading by a length. Gallon Creek's on the outside second. Wisecracker third. Propitious Grandstand side in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Rideshare continues to find on the front end. The lead's 2 lengths over Gallon Creek in second. Then it's Wisecracker and Propitious. They run down to the finish. It's Rideshare. Rideshare victorious over Gallon Creek. Propitious third. Wisecracker 50-cent pick 3, $19.71. Fifth race from Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Number 2, Renaissance Man is a And they're off. Sluggish Star, Minister of Magic. Hoity Maroney goes out for the lead and opens up by a couple of lengths. Over Midnight Musume on the far outside. Here's Runaway Roscoe splitting rivals up into second. Honor for Mandan races in fourth. Bit Raggedy's fifth. Chicago Charlie on the extreme outside in sixth. Joe G23 had the check and lost a few lengths in seventh. A length back to Renaissance Man in eighth, and about 12 lengths off the lead and a half length to Minister of Magic, who's at the back of the pack. Hoity Maroney has built up a 7-length cushion with a quarter of a mile left to travel. Then we got a line of four. Midnight Musume, one from the outside. Chicago Charlie Grandstand side. Runaway Roscoe in the black cap in the two-path, but many lengths behind the leader, and that leader is Hoity Maroney. Hoity Maroney at the 16th pole has a 9 or 10 length lead. The battle for the balance. Honor for Mandan to the outside of Runaway Roscoe. Runaway Roscoe second, but an easy winner, Hoity Maroney. Runaway Roscoe gets second. Honor for Mandan third. Full trifecta $44.44. Dime Super $84.02. Pick 3 $39.88. Pick 5 5 of 5. And they're off. It's Scales of Gold. It's not over yet. Sending out for the lead. Here's Henry's Hope from 6 up into third. Now contending for the top spot. Night Missio in a tight spot towards the inside in fourth. Now up into a joint third. Fifth place belongs to Messi the Magician, who's the inside of Old Nelson. And 3 lengths back to Tapazar's Temper, who brings up the rear. 3 furlongs to go. Henry's Hope, Scales of Gold. These two hook up on the front end. First quarter mile drilled in 22 seconds. Night Missio has had a decent trip so far. Will now split rivals, and that trip went from decent to bad in just a few strides. Now Night Missio angles to the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. Henry's Hope has a lead. Night Missio, though, gets through towards the rail, and Night Missio overhauls Henry's Hope with 1 furlong to go. Here come the closers. Tapazar's Temper's on the outside with It's Not Over Yet. 16th to go. Night Missio striking the front. It has a lead by a length, but here's Tapazar's Temper surging late. Tapazar's Temper collars Night Missio for the win. It's Not Over Yet third. $12.46 the Whitty Mutual, 6 race official. Double $19.64. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Call Me Penny sending out for the lead. Shaman Princess flashing early speed. And Eddie Marie is at the fence up into second. Third place now is Call Me Penny, a gap of 3.5 lengths to Valentine Gift, who's 2 lengths in front. Mia Nipotina, who's at the tail of the field. Entry into the turn. Shaman Princess has a lead by a length and a half over Call Me Penny outside in second. Eddie Marie needs a little bit of racing room in third. 2 lengths off the lead. Niggle upon to keep up, and she's doing so at this point in time. Valentine Gift is on the outside in fourth and 3 lengths back to the trailer. Mia Nipotina as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Shaman Princess, the one to catch, comes off the turn by a length and a half. Eddie Marie trying to switch leads on the outside second. Valentine Gift on the grandstand side in third as they run to the 16th pole. Shaman Princess digs in. Eddie Marie the favorite to the outside. Eddie Marie, Shaman Princess. It's Eddie Marie. Eddie Marie prevails over Shaman Princess. Close for third, maybe Mia Nipotina over Dime Super. $1.36. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes, scratch number 4. Addison's Dream. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Painting Stones streaking out for the front end. Tap It Easy up into second. Followed up by Rio Oleve racing third. Profitability towards the inside fourth. Support the Cat far outside fifth. 6.5, 7 off the lead. Then towards his inside is Swedish Candy. And at the back, Redoubtable Ripken spots the leader about 10 lengths. Dueling leaders on the front end as they make the entry into the turn. Painting Stones to the outside of Tap It Easy. They're clear by 3. Rio Oleve nudged upon in third. Profitability sent through towards the inside in fourth. A gap of about 5 lengths back to Swedish Candy in fifth. Then it's Support the Cat outside of him and 2 lengths to the trailer. Redoubtable Ripken as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Painting Stones. It gets the better of Tap It Easy at this point in time. It's Profitability bearing down the outside, and Profitability is about 2 lengths off the lead, and Profitability will attempt to run down Painting Stones. Painting Stones tries to fend off Profitability, but it's Profitability who wrestles that lead away from Painting Stones. Profitability and Joel Cruz in a nightcap here at Finger Lakes. Painting Stones second. Redoubtable cents, exacta $11.96, trifecta $12.19. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. Tuesday afternoon at Thoroughbred Horse Racing. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. 58 minutes to race number one. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. Got a couple late works for number 3, Sweet Anniversary. Workout took place at Finger Lakes May 7th. 3 furlong sloppy surface, 35.40 breezing. And a late work for number 5, Fabulous Fox. Workout at Finger Lakes May 7th. 4 furlong sloppy surface, 48.10 breezing. Second race. Late work for number 4, Lady of Mercia. Workout took place at Finger Lakes May 8th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 49.20 breezing from the gate. Race 3. Number 2, Socks for Daughters, raced with blinkers in his last start. Fourth race. Ownership correction. Add Michael Imperio to the ownership of number 1, Latest Edition. Fifth race. No changes. No changes in race 5. Race 6. Late work for number 2, Saratoga Sunset. Workout took place at Finger Lakes May 8th. 3 furlongs fast surface, 39.40 breezing. Seventh race. No changes, and no changes in the 8th and final. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1 here at Finger Lakes. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on this Tuesday. This will be the last day of the racing week. We were only running Monday and Tuesday this week. Scheduled to run Monday through Wednesday next week. See how it goes. We do have simulcast wagering all through the week. We're still open on the racing side as well as the gaming floor. We will have all the action. It's going to be from Laurel this year for all the Preakness activity, including the Laurel two-day event, Friday and Saturday. Remember, I went to the Preakness a long time ago when it was at Pimlico. Man, that was a lot of fun. I don't think it's the same thing anymore where they have a big thing on the infield. Just getting a lot of trouble going in there. Anyways, a lot of fun. Big day for racing. Don't have the Derby horses again. I think the horse that was third is in there in the Preakness. Looks like a good competitive betting race, though, if you're interested in playing and making some money. I don't think you're going to get a big favorite in that race, any of those horses. So should be a good race to play. We got all the action if you want to come here and bet on it here. Finger Lakes, I'll be here. Come over and say hi and just don't cause any trouble. That's all. Yesterday, good day. Had some close finishes. Still don't know who won one of those earlier races. Rachel Sells and John Buckley were the trainers that had the good days. Both of them with multiple winners. They had 2 wins apiece. Of course, Rachel has Ola Thable, who is up for Horse of the Year. Wait for the results of that one. Ola Thable up against Z End for Horse of the Year last year. Well, Ola Thable won yesterday. Had to battle with East Coast Girl, but it was a good-looking victory. Z End will run in the first race today. So yesterday's first race, one of the contenders for Horse of the Year from last year. The other contender, Z End, who had a great year as a filly. Remember, she won her first start at 30-1. Yeah, she's going to be in our first race. We'll be talking about that in a couple minutes. Yeah, Memorial Day not that far away, the 25th. That'll be a week from Monday. Man, that's coming up quick. Good, that means summer's coming quick. We will have the return of the Carubas Chicken Barbecue. There was some uncertainty whether that chicken barbecue would return to Finger Lakes, but maybe fits the conditions well here. And we'll be out in the pavilion. It's a good deal. $16 for a chicken barbecue, 2 for $30. You save a buck or two there. Just got to keep the tellers away from the barbecue, and then we'll have a nice, comfortable day with them around the corner in the pavilion. We are going to have extra security down there, I believe, because of the tellers. But probably the best chicken barbecue I've had was last year here at the track. That's how good it was. So you want to come out for that chicken barbecue. And, of course, the George Barker, our first stakes race of the season, will take place that day as well. Okay, let's get into the first race because, yeah, we're only 5 betting interests. But from top to bottom, you can make a case for all of them. Classy field of girls for a good allowance race that goes a distance of 5 furlongs. I took a little bit of a price in here. I think that the race might end up, the pace flow anyway, might be a nice setup for a Sweet Anniversary. Now, I don't know if she's good. I mean, she's good. But, the problem would be the distance, is if you think about it. But I think the way this race flow goes, with Queen's Cat and Queen's Over 3s, you have a possibility of a little bit of a battle between those two. Z End will probably hold the rail, and Sweet Anniversary might be a little bit further back to try to chase down the speed. The one thing you say about Sweet Anniversary, she loves this racetrack. 5 wins and 7 starts at Finger Lakes with a third. And she's got 1 win overall other than that. And actually, she would try to start on the turf, too, and ran very well. I think this horse will be better on turf. I'm surprised, because they were running this horse in New York, that they didn't try this horse on turf more. Maybe they didn't have the right condition for the turf. But her best race, I believe, was her turf race, where she ran third going a route against a pretty good field. So we'll keep an eye on her. No, who's the other one that Ferraro Jr. has that just won again? I think one down in Tampa. Oh, Mo Trump. Horse loves the turf. But I'm going to go with Sweet Anniversary. I just think that she's going to get a little bit of a trip here. I can't take anything away from everybody else. It might come down to the trip in this race. And she's off a layoff, but like a lot of for our junior horses, they've been working a lot leading up to this race. And she was down in Florida. So a lot of these horses for Ferraro are down in Florida. They're running, they're training, they're fit. She's going to get the trip. I got her on top. Right now, she's the longest shot on the board. I'll take it. Yeah, what can you say about ZN? ZN, what a phenomenal season. I mean, I don't know if anybody thought much of ZN going into the season, considering that she didn't take any money in her debut. Went off at odds of 31-1, beat a pretty decent field, then came back, no surprise, won again. Well, she had the only loss that she had, other than Stakes Company, and you look at the two losses. She was overmatched. You talk about a horse that was way over bet, was this horse in the Arctic Queen going against older horses after running in allowance conditions. Just knowing that she's probably the best 3-year-old filly, but she's not as good as the older horses. That was a good race to take advantage on True Empress and Sandy's Queen. I mean, it was kind of an easy exacta against the favorite. Those are the races you look for all year when you want to make money. Plus, she had a wide trip. But in her other loss, like I said, she didn't deserve to be favorite. She was overmatched in that race. She came back against restricted 3-year-olds, and she won. Her other loss was against Mamba Gigi, who was running the fastest times of the year, and especially if was it 4.5 furlongs. Well, Mama Gigi also had a head start that race. She broke through the gate before everybody else did, and she led the whole way. ZN just kind of chased her home. So you got to like this horse. She's done nothing wrong. You talk about Sweet Anniversary's record at Finger Lakes, 5 for 7. Well, ZN is 6 for 8. Both of them excellent records here at Finger Lakes. Told you, this is a good race. Queen's Cat is the inside horse. All 4 of her wins have been here. She's a half to Queen's Dancer, full to King's Dancer, whatever it was. And of course, Queen's Dancer was very good in her early career, where she was a stakes placed, running against some tough competition. If Queen's Cat can beat Queen's Over 3s to the lead here, they might have a tough time catching her. The inside was okay yesterday for a lot of the day. We saw some inside winners. 5 furlongs, you want to have speed, especially a race like this. Fabulous Fox is no slouch. That's the other Ferraro Junior horse. She ran big when she came back after the claim last year. She could be tough in here. Never been 5 furlongs. Queen's Over 3s is an underrated horse. She was running in lifetime allowance conditions. This might be a little bit of a reach. I think she's still eligible for the 1 state bred. So she's actually eligible for easier than this field, but they don't mind putting her up against tough, and she's up for the task. She won a couple in a row at prices when she ran allowance horses here, and then ran a solid second in New York. The other race, she just got caught up in a speed duel. That was an impossible race, her last race, because what did they go, 22 flat over a surface that you can't go 22 flat over unless you're a graded stakes horse. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5 furlongs. And no, I didn't take Spicy Ticey on top, although I like the name. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about the spicy. I'm going to lean towards the drop down. I know Berbice Honey hasn't shown much in her young career. She went against older horses in her return to Finger Lakes. Her first career start was here, and she ran decently against 2-year-olds, then overmatched, tried special weights, but it was special weights against older, a really tough spot she was in last time. She'll get some big-time class relief dropping to the bottom. So we'll see how good she is. It's hard to really like anybody else. I mean, Crystal's 0 for 26. Spicy Ticey drops. I thought she might be the other one, other than Berbice Honey. But I like the drop in class for Berbice Honey. It's a much-needed drop, and I think she's going to have a little bit of speed against these horses. And that's the other thing. Nobody's really that fast in here. And there's going to be a question about who makes the lead in this race. Maybe it's Picasso, but she's showing more speed on the turf. I think she's a turf horse. Well, it's hard to say. She's not run on either surface. But maybe by default, Berbice Honey and Spicy Ticey seem like the only ones that have any kind of form going into this race. I like the third place finish against the 12.5s for Spicy Ticey. Then she tried some older horses last time. She's out of a stakes place mare. They didn't pay much for her, but at least she's got that third on her papers. How many horses in here have hit the board in any of the competition that they've been in against? I see Lady of Mercia ran third against special weights, but that was a while ago. Crystal, I think, hit the board a few times, but man, she's had a lot of chances. Maybe this is the type of race a horse like Crystal can win. Catch them early in the year before she just kind of flattens out and just keeps hitting the board. I mean, she's getting checks, but it's hard to fall in love with Crystal if she's going to be one of the favorites in here, especially 3-1 morning line. I'd use her underneath, and I think you can't throw her out. Maybe being fresh, she might run her best race. Just too many chances for me to put her on top. So I got to throw in somebody for fourth. After you get by the class droppers, Berbice Honey and Spicy Ticey, and then the horse that always gets in your super, Crystal, you got to like somebody else. And it says I got the 6. I actually had the 4, but I could go with the 4 or the 6. And those were the 2 I was going to choose between anyway. Lady of Mercia could be a good price. She did run third against special weights. Her last couple races are on off tracks when she ran for 5. And Marigold, one thing you say about her, she adds blinkers and drops in class. Something's got to work after her bad first race. She didn't even take any money or anything. Tell you what, the track record is not at stake there in race number 2. Not in jeopardy, I should say. Who has a track record? Wondrous Wise. Don't worry, Wondrous Wise. I don't think Berbice Honey or Spicy Ticey's going to break your record. Third race, it's a claimer, 11-9, non-winners the race since the date. Never won 4, or for 3-year-olds. I'm trying to narrow it down based on the pace flow, because you got some horses. I know we're going a little further, 6 furlongs, and this is a marathon this time of year. But a lot of these horses want to go even longer. Socks for Daughters, Eric for Miami, Interstate wants to go longer, and definitely Ice Time wants to go longer. So you want a couple horses that are sprinters that have some tactical speed that are going to be at least in the race early, while the other ones are going to have a lot of work to do, even though it's 3/4. Well, I like the move of a horse being claimed for 10,000 where in New York where they're competitive for the Open 10, and then running it here against our 11-9 conditional. You're not going down in claiming price, but you're actually running against easier because you're going into a condition instead of an open claimer like in New York. So this could be considered a drop for Can You Hear Me Running, even though she's technically coming up in claiming price from 10,000 to 11. It's a nice move because she should be tough, awfully tough in here. One thing about this horse, number one, I think it's, Genesis? I'll have to ask Pan Man upstairs. He's the music guy. If it's a Genesis song, I think it might be. Don't quote me on that. One thing I'm not really great at is pop culture. One thing I can say, though, about Can You Hear Me Running? This horse was a perfect 4 for 4 as a 2-year-old. And ran in some minor stakes in Canada. I hope I say this one right, because if I don't say this one right, I might be canceled. Asinobia's Downs, I really hope I said that right. I'm not sure where in Canada that is, but they were minor stakes, probably 20-something thousand. I'm sure they're not black type, but there were some type of futurity races in Canada that this one won 3 in a row of them, and actually won 4 races overall as a 2-year-old. So he's got a little class, probably a little bit better on the synthetic, you would think. I would say that, but maybe not, because you look at the overall record, even though he's got more starts on the synthetic, the record on the dirt, when this horse was 4 for 4 as a 2-year-old, I think at least 3 of those 4 were on the dirt. And overall, on a fast dirt racetrack, 4 wins and 8 starts with a second and a third. The off track, not so great. And even the synthetic, not a great record. So maybe the fast dirt is what this horse actually wants, even though Was running in some tough races over the artificial surface of Woodbine. Solo's Fury's in for the waiver claim. Nice move. Dropped to 11-9 right at the end of the year to be eligible. It's a nice move by Caitlin Gutterson to eligible for this race after winning for this price. Was running against allowance horses before that. So figures nicely here. As long as he's sharp enough off this layoff, he said it both times, or he was claimed for 5. Well, he dominated for 5. It was way too good for 5,000 claimers. And that was the only other time lately in for a tag was the 11-9. Very logical horse. Plus, when you got all these routers in the race, you got to kind of break down who could be the speed, who could get the lead in this race. And I thought my top 2 choices might actually be the 2 that are out there, and I don't expect it to be that fast. They're not true speed horses, and it's 6 furlongs, so they might ease their way out there, and you might see a 23 and change first quarter for 3 quarters, and some of these routers are a little bit ways off of that. I think it gives them the advantage. He's one of the Murphs for 3rd, Eric from Miami. Now, Koa gets off to ride Jules in the Bay, and I'll talk about that horse in a minute, too. Eric from Miami, though, I think the extra furlong and a half is going to help this horse. Here's another one that was running for 10,000s in New York. Ran in our 1 state breds last year. Fits this condition nicely. And is in for the 11. I just don't know if he's going to get enough of a pace to run them down, but I think the little extra distance is going to help. Now, Koa goes to the 1, Jules in the Bay. One thing, you don't want to overlook this horse. I know he's stepping up in class from the 5 to the 11, but this horse's last race is better than it looks. I mean, so is G Munning's. But both G Munning and Jules in the Bay reared up at the start. Both of them did. Now, G Munning kind of got in a position to overcome it and ended up running second, but Jules in the Bay got the worst of it. I mean, this horse lost him at double-digit lengths at the start. Now, everybody was chasing after Sharp has, who was the speed, so they kind of tired. So it is a little bit of a false close, but because of the bad break, you still got to think that the horse ran pretty well. Stepping up, and I'm going to use a 4th. 7, 5, 3, and 1. Would have liked to see that horse go back in for 5. I guess the waivers are done, though. They put 2 waivers in a row. All right, 4th race for fillies and mares going 5.5. We're going to start the late pick 5 with race number 4. Remember, that one would have the carryover if nobody hits it. It's going to get hit today. On paper, there's no doubt the latest edition is the best horse, but yeah, there's some red flags here. I take this horse on top, but she was claimed for 16, and she's sent here for 5. I don't think that was the plan when they went in and claimed this horse for 16,000. And she looks every bit worth the money for 16 if they put her back on the turf. The fact that they run here on the dirt for 5 is not a good sign instead of shooting her back in for a turf race in New York or Saratoga. I mean, that's where you'd expect her to go after being claimed for the 16. Still probably good enough to beat these horses for 5,000. She's the inside speed of the race. But again, I mean, Rudy Rodriguez, high percentage trainer in New York, very good trainer. He doesn't have a good percentage overall in the win here of the horses he sends here. But I'm going to bite on this one, and I'm going to take this horse on top. She's just better. I mean, she's supposed to win. If you claim a horse for 16 and she runs 3rd, and then she's in for 5,000, you would expect her to do pretty well. I don't know. I mean, you don't want to take a short price either, because there are some red flags there. A little bit of a long shot for 2nd. Lincolnville Beach. I mean, one thing I want to say is, I mean, Chris Engelhardt's been a top trainer here for years. I mean, won so many years in a row, top trainer. But his horses are all coming out firing this season. I think he did early in the year last year, too. He's not really known for that. They're usually good second-time starters. But I've noticed, first start off the layoff, some of these Engelhard horses, they look better than they did last year. There's a horse yesterday that did take some money, but it was off the layoff. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think Andre wrote about it. Was forced to check on the turn or would have won the race. Horse ran absolutely huge. There's another one last week that he won with. I was just surprised. It was the best race the horse ran in his life. Remember Mama Gigi off the layoff last year. Huge effort. So some of these horses, they're just sharp. Maybe he's got Ring Off working for him still back there. I don't know. Does have a good record at the distance. Talk about Lincolnville Beach. Took advantage of a 21 quarter when she won for 11 last year. Then dropped to 5 so she could be eligible for this spot. Worked out nicely. This is a good spot for Lincolnville Beach, and she's better than most of these horses. It's just a matter of the distance overall, but she does have wins at the distance if she could stay within range. Use her second. Thin Legs, I don't like the post for this horse, but she's got that tactical speed, and Michael knows the horse pretty well, that he could probably break and take a look inside to see where he wants to be. If Latest Edition gets shooting out there, if he wants to track that one, or if he wants to try to go out there with Latest Edition early. Like Lincolnville Beach, she's run against tougher. She was running in the 1 state bred last year. She dropped to the 11-9 last time, and now drops again to start off for the second start of the season. That's a tough field she comes out of. Miss Stones and Mama Gigi to run third against those two horses. It's a lot tougher than this race that she's in today. So any improvement, obviously if she could run third against those, she could be first or second against these if she improves off of it. The tricky read is the 3 Lady Quinn. She's got the numbers to win. She's got the form to win. She's got a good nose for the wire. You always like horses that have not more wins than seconds. I do anyway. 9 wins in 3 seconds. That means they have the nose for the wire. It's usually bad when it's the opposite. They're bad bets. Problem is, she hasn't raced since June. It's a long time away from the races for Lady Quinn. Obviously capable enough if she's sharp enough off this layoff, but you'd like to see her have a race before playing her, unless you get higher odds than 7-2. Pretty evenly matched race here. Not a lot of speed in there either. All right, we're going 3 quarters for the 5th. Like 6 furlongs is the true sprint. Always like 6 furlongs. My favorite distances are generally 6 furlongs and a mile and a 16th. The true distances, or maybe even a mile and an 1/8. You know, you get a true sprint and a true route. And it's the kind of race where pace matters. If you're a closer, you at least have a chance if you're the best horse. It's tough at 4.5, but at 3 quarters, you could get there. I took a shot on a horse off the layoff. I don't usually like doing that in a 6 furlong race like this one, especially considering the horse that I got on top has never hit the board at 6 furlongs. What am I doing? Going against my own angle. I do like the fact Coach Bahi won off the layoff last year. Now, I'm not so sure he was 100% fit for that race. He was just better than those horses at 4.5. Beating Production Credit and Gonna Be Dancing, horses that are often second and third. A little tougher field today off the layoff for Coach Bahi, but he's still better than these horses. And he's won at 5.5. He's won at a route. He's won at 4.5. So maybe it's just a fluke thing that he hasn't won at 3 quarters. Doesn't hit the board at 3 quarters. I do think just that this horse is better than these. When he ran for 11-9 last year, he ran into horses like in Sky We Trust. And then when they did drop him to 5, he ran a good second. I think it was Raw Courage who upset him. That was, I want to say, Adil Khan. Dill had his horses going, and plus it was an off track. 5-1 morning line. Kevin and John had a good day yesterday with 2 wins. Why not with the price? G Money's a logical horse. Just mentioned, comes out of that race won by Sharpez. Now, Jules in the Bay got the worst of the starts, but G Money also reared up at the start. Got back into the race and then chased the winner home. Michael does go to Aquilano. I guess he's the main rider for Aquilano. It was a horrible start for G Money, and he's the inside of the speed, inside of Stormy's Sammy, who would expect to show more speed from the outside. Logical horse to be in the top 3. Now Michael goes to OP Firecracker for Aquilano. This one does drop in class after running against open claimers in New York. Also shortens up big time. Mostly routes on the form of OP Firecracker. But the 7 furlong race he has ran evenly against better horses. Not too bad. I think the drop puts this horse close. Got to be a contender. Stormin' Sammy I had to throw in there just in case this horse could get to the lead over G Money. Didn't break all that sharp last time and was in a race full of early speed. There's a 3-horse speed duel in front of him, and he's kind of chasing that speed duel and couldn't get close to him. Maybe just not quite sharp enough for the first start of the year. Plus they went less than 52 for the final time for a 5,000 claimer. The track was awfully quick that day. I'd expect him to improve. Like I said, you're going from a race loaded with speed last time to a race really void of any speed inside him. So he's going to be out there with the early leaders, might even make the lead, and I'd expect him to run better. Again, I wouldn't take 7-2 on Stormin' Sammy. He was good at the beginning of the year last year, but you got to consider him with the lack of pace in this race other than probably G Money. Well, the old 315 area code, they threw in the 8. Well, Syracuse and what was it? Most of the capital OTB region before you get towards Albany has a 315 when you go north. So I'm used to them up in the North Country. 6th race for fillies and mares, maidens. Go a short distance of 5 furlongs. Obviously, question marks with these horses coming off the layoff. You got first-time starters. No question who shows the best form of that's run, the best breeding. I mean, on paper, Banking Silver really stands out. The problem with Banking Silver, before you get carried away, she only had 1 start as a 3-year-old. She had 3 starts at Churchill as a 2-year-old, running against some really, really tough company. When you consider the 2-year-old special weights at Churchill Downs, you're talking about stakes horses you're going up against to start off your career. Well, she went to Indiana for the restricted 3-year-old, her only start of last year, and now comes off the layoff again. That's not always a great thing. Fitness is going to be a question for Banking Silver. Now, they paid $112,000 for this horse as a 2-year-old, so was well met. That's the positive. The negative to that was resold for $25,000 as a 3-year-old. So big time went down in value. That happened to the car that I bought too. That's why I can't trade it in yet. I think she's still good enough to beat these horses, but there's some question marks with this horse coming off the layoff. But she's clearly the class of the race. The other 2 that have been running against tougher in New York. I mean, you got Saratoga Sunset coming out of a maiden claimer in New York. Then Mama Rock Me is dropping out of a state bred special weight in New York as well. The problem is that one shows absolutely nothing. At least Saratoga Sunset has got a little form, although those are easier races than what Mama Rock Me comes out of. Positives and negatives. Plus their routes. She's had 3 straight mile races after starting at a sprint. Could be any kind. I think the cutback may not be the greatest thing for this horse, but she'll have fitness, and there's not much to like in here. At least she's got races this season, and she does have that 2nd place finish against 16,000 maiden claimers. Doesn't get any lower than that in New York. But it was a good enough effort that she could be competitive here. Mention the one, Mama Rock Me, shows absolutely nothing. But she's run against tougher, obviously, running against 2s and 3s, against special weights. Even though they're state-bred special weights, they're tougher than our maidens. The Dam's a half to a multiple graded stakes winner. This is actually, which is interesting, if you're looking for an angle, maybe she could improve. This is the first time in a sprint on a fast dirt racetrack for Mama Rock Me. I think Jeremiah's got one in the Preakness, by the way. I don't think the horse got much chance of there, but maybe he can run in the Super or something. We'll see. I know he did well. He won a Breeders' Cup before with a long shot. All right, okay, I got a 4th choice in here. The 6, Go Get It. Again, Buckley and Navarro had the good day yesterday. got to use somebody for fourth. I mean, I didn't see a lot in these Julius Ashley's first-time starters. Pensima didn't really impress me off of the races that she has. That maybe go get it with the breeding. I mean, you got classic New York bred breeding, Bustin' Stones, and then a Dam by Freud. Doesn't get any more New York bred and good New York bred than those two. Problem is she's shown absolutely nothing in her two-year-old starts. We did see another horse for Buckley. I think the horse won the other day in her second start back as a 3-year-old, but she really improved first start as a 3-year-old. Maybe we'll see this one improve too. What are the 8-2-1-6? In the 6th. All right, 7th race, a 2 lifetime allowance for fillies and mares. Tough race, real tough race. Got 2 in here for Ralph D'Alessandro. I liked them both, to be honest with you. And they're both kind of prices, morning line. I don't know why. I mean, Honest Reason is a legitimate favorite. Linda and Hector are really good with their young horses. And this one ran big in the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes, although wasn't the strongest of stakes with 5 horses. I like the race Queen Sally comes out of. I know she didn't fare too well. It was a route race on the turf. The race before was an impossible starter. So you go back to the maiden victory for Queen Sally. She beat 40,000 maiden restricted 3-year-old claimers, going a mile. She had a couple 4th place finishes against special weight New York breds. The special weight New York breds going to our straight 2 lifetime. If she's competitive there, she should do well here. It depends on what the tactics are going to be. She should break okay. I mean, Honest Reason looks like she's going to have the speed coming out of the gate, but so does Good Mission. So that might be good for a horse on the rail like Queen Sally. She doesn't need to outbreak those other ones because the 2 horses outside of her will go to the lead and she can immediately get off the rail and get position. I think this is an easier spot going to the 2 lifetime allowance, and I like the price on her too. She's 6-1 morning line in a wide open race. The favorite Ball Kitten just doesn't win. I also like the race Signifying Nothing. It was poor tactics last time for Signifying Nothing. I know the track was a little bit quick, but if this horse kind of eased out and then tried to take over, Bald Kitten got going late. Bald Kitten didn't break all that sharp, and there was in a chase mode. And Mia Nepotina was more of a router, just won on fitness, came from way, way back. So if this horse didn't go so quick early, I don't think Mia Nipotina would have caught this horse. I think she would have won. You can't blame him for taking a shot to try to steal it, because she was a little bit of a price in there. I give her another chance with a little less aggressive tactics today, sitting right off of Good Mission and Honest Reason. And I like the race, despite setting on that track and getting tired off of a little bit of a laugh since New York. She still only got beat a length. It was a good effort. Like her second. I like both of D'Alessandro's horses. Honest Reason's going to get tested here, going against older horses for the first time after a good 2-year-old season. They thought enough of her to debut her in the Ladyfinger, just too tough. She looked good breaking her maiden, and then caught slop, but she almost won that race. She almost stole the She's a Stone Cold Fox. I'd expect her to go, and she might even be quicker than Good Mission to get the lead in here, and that could be the key. Bald Kitten is an underneath horse. Maybe today she breaks through for the win. You get tired of excuses for her. I mean, she has had excuses, and she's got an excuse last time. She did stumble a little bit to start, but she should have got first run on Mia Nipotina and held on. And she just does finish second a lot, second or third. Well, I got her 4th here, but I'm going to use her underneath regardless, because it's hard to have faith in her to put her on top when she's got 6 seconds and she's 1 for 14. She's still running against tough competition. She just runs to her competition. And she's another one that could possibly get caught up in the pace with a better break. Okay. Another maiden race to finish out the day. They made me do my homework this morning with looking up all these horses. Fillies and mares, and you look at some of these horses. Oh, how many first-time starters is Julius Ashley? I mean, have. So all over the place finding all these firsters. I'm hoping back to Cali can hold on better at 5 furlongs. I guess I mentioned earlier how well these Aguilar horses are running off the layoff. It's her race to lose on the front end. The problem is, does she really have an excuse her last couple races, especially her last race of 5.5, when she cut back in distance and got a clear lead and still got run down and ended up third that day? I guess not. Maybe it was the first time blinkers that she had to get used to wearing the blinkers, and that could be a big factor here. Maybe she was a little more aggressive. Sometimes when you do the equipment change, that happens. They, especially with blinkers, they seem to be sharper and sometimes run off and go a little bit too quick first time wearing the blinkers. So you look at it that way. I still think she's going to have speed in here from the inside. But I think at 5 furlongs, that might be all she needs. I got her on top, 4-1. Celestia, I don't know how to say this one. They kill me with these names. This one is running in 25,000s and running competitively, a 4th and a 3rd place finish. Mr. Monomoy's good sire. I don't know, there wasn't much on the dam side as far as what I found. It's a half to Out of the Cloud, the Victor Dean horse that's always in the money. See if this one can hit the board here. Scarlet Queen's done nothing wrong. I mean, she's hit the board every race she's been in. She'll be able to go first time Lasix as a first time 3-year-old in this race, but and she does have an excuse last time, as she did have to take up. Broccoli Drive's another tricky one. This one's out of a stakes place mare. She's only had one start. She got caught up in the pace before fading. Now, is she going to do that again? Possibly. At least she showed speed, and it is only 5 furlongs. So you got another one that could get caught up in the pace. But Oscar Gomez having a great start to the season. Good to see. He's a very good 4.5 or 5 furlong jockey. And Broccoli Drive is the one that could very much improve in this race coming to Finger Lakes for her first start as a 3-year-old. Not always my favorite angle. A lot of times this time of year in these kind of conditions, I like the older horses because the 2-year-olds didn't have great numbers last year, and they're facing those older horses that have run better numbers in the condition. But that doesn't always hold up, especially this time of year if not everybody's fit and ready to roll. Anyway, those are my picks for today. Get involved in our pick fives. Those are the best wagers here at Finger Lakes. We are going to continue live racing next week. We are running Monday through Wednesday next week. No live racing the rest of this week. Monday through Wednesday next week. And of course, we're going to be open this weekend for all that action at Laurel and other tracks, including the Preakness Stakes. You want to join us for that? We'll see you then.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track, first race here at Finger Lakes. Strong allowance affair. Number 1 is Queen's Cat with Nasario Alvarado. Number 2, Z End, Stephen Frett, the jockey. Number 3, Sweet Anniversary in Cabercoa. Number 4, Queens Over Threes, and Tammy Alpander. And number 5 is Fabulous Fox. Luis Perez in the irons. Track is listed as fast. First race in just a few minutes here at Finger Lakes. 2 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. First race here at Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on a Tuesday. Track is listed as fast. Pretty nice spring weather day here at Finger Lakes. Temperatures in the 60s, mostly sunny skies. Pretty good allowance affair to kick things off. Everyone between 2-1 and 4-1 up on the board. 2-1 Queen's Cat, 2-1 Z End. Sweet Anniversary. Queens over 3s and Fabulous Fox to the outside. And they're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A stumble at the start for Z End. It's Queens over 3s and Queen's Cat. As it's Queen's Cat who gets that lead over Queens over 3s. The gray Fabulous Fox tries to make it a line of 3 on the extreme outside. ZN recovers in 4, 3 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Sweet Anniversary, who brings up the rear. Queen's Cat leads the brigade into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Queens over 3s needs to keep up in second. Fabulous Fox nudged a pun in third. ZN is towards the inside, 4, 3 lengths off the lead, and Sweet Anniversary behind a wall of horses at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Queen's Cat the first to face us. ZN is on the outside, and then it's Queens over 3s. Sweet Anniversary is up the rail, but 8 lengths off the lead of Queen's Cat. 1 furlong to go. It's Queen's Cat who leads by 2.5 lengths over ZN in second. They run down to the winning line. It's Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat, the 6-5 favorite, wins. ZN second. Sweet Anniversary third. Queens over 3s fourth. One, two, three, four. Number 1, Queen's Cat first. 5 furlongs in 58.48. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the first. Queen's Cat back to the winner's circle. Now 5 for Night Lifetime, New York bred. 5-year-old bay mare by Courageous Cat out of Contender's Queen. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, the ownership. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Nazario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Linda Dixon bred Queen's Cat. It's official. $4.40 the winning mutual. Exacta $8.14. Trifecta $3.85. Dime Superfecta $1.67. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in about 21 minutes at 1:24 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, they were not going to catch Queen's Cat today. She shot out there to the lead. ZN chased her home, but the Queen's Cat gets the victory. Naz Alvarado for trainer Linda Dixon to start us off on this Tuesday card. All right, 5,000 maiden claimer is the second. We're only going a short distance of 5 furlongs. Start out talking about Berbice Honey. I mean, it's hard to really fall in love with anybody in this race. Most of these horses aren't even hitting the board against fellow maidens, but at least one thing you can say about Berbice Honey, she's dropping in class. Her first start was against 2-year-old maidens here in the mud, and she ran a respectable fourth. At least she beat 2 horses. She hasn't shown much in New York, overmatched. Tried our special weights, overmatched. So she gets some serious class relief today, dropping from the special weight all the way to the bottom. That should automatically make her a contender against these 5,000s. Another drop down is, and you got to like the drop downs in a race like this. The 5 Spicy Ticey, got to like the name too. She drops from a 12-5 at Charlestown after being just crushed in New York. I don't know, did she ever beat a horse? Actually, I don't know how she beat 2 horses when she lost by almost 30 lengths. But she did run third against the 12-5s over a good track. That should be good enough to be awfully tough in here for 5,000 when you got a bunch of 5,000 maidens that can't even hit the board. Automatic player. Wasn't an expensive horse. Cost $3,500 as a weanling, so this is the right spot for her. The one Crystal is going to get some action. It's hard to have faith in her as one of the favorites in here at 5-2. I mean, she's had 26 starts. Maybe being fresh against a soft field like this, she could break through and get a victory. Of Lugu, she did run second to Chicosteca last year. That was her best race. Again, it wasn't, that number might still not be good enough to beat this field. But she's a threat to be at least in the top 3 or 4, because after you get past the drop downs, Berbice Honey and Spicy Ticey, that's who you're going to like in here. So at least she's hitting the board with buyer figures that are better than the rest of the field. She might be a good underneath horse to use in tries and supers, not necessarily on top. So then you got to say who's going to be fourth. I would say either the 4 or the 6. Lady of Mercia has a third against special weights in the past. Marigold has some room to improve after not running at all and breaking badly and just never there. Adds blinkers for this race, and maybe that'll help. Can't hurt. So that's some of the contenders here for the second. Somebody's got to win this 5,000 maiden. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 here.
On the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Crystal and Nasario Alvarado. Number 2 is Berbice Honey, Raylo Gutierrez. Number 3 is Brock Casso, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Lady of Mercia, Jackie Davis. Number 5, Spicy Ticey, Cabercoa. And number 6, Marigold. And Luis Perez. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go. 5 furlongs, even money number 2, Burbee's Honey. 5 to 2, number 5, Spicy Ticey. 3 to 1, number 1, Crystal. Spicy Ticey. Marigold, Marigold to the outside. Marigold, Marigold. Going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Spicy Ticey and Crystal send out for the lead. Burbee's Honey in between those two in third, now up into second. Then a length and a half back to Lady of Mercia, tracking in fourth. A half length to Braccasso in second last, and a gap of about 7 lengths to Marigold, Marigold, who's at the tail of the field. Crystal spurts clear by 3. Burbee's Honey in chase mode second. Spicy Ticey on the outside. Lady of Mercia advancing up the rail, up into third, 5 lengths off the lead. Second last, Braccasso, and then many lengths back to Marigold, Marigold, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Crystal. Crystal comes off the turn, leading by 6 lengths. Lady of Mercy and Burbee's Honey bumping an upper stretch. They're second and third, and then it's Spicy Ticey on the outside fourth. 1 furlong to go. Crystal has a lead by 3.5 lengths. Burbee's Honey, Lady of Mercia, Spicy Ticey chasing. They come down to the winning line. Crystal's fatigued. Burbee's Honey nails her right in the shadow of the wire. Crystal second. Then it was Spicy Ticey and Lady of Mercia. Two 154, number 2, Burbee's Honey first. Five furlongs in 101.22. Berbice Honey pays $5.22 to win. She comes back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old Dunk Run filly by Hit a Bomb, out of Honeydew List. Travis and Eddie Racing Stable owns. Ronald Breed Jr. trains. Ray Luke Gutierrez, the winning jockey. William Spillane bred Berbice Honey. Double $12.56. Exacta $19.94. Trifecta $10.64. Super $5.08. Third race Finger Lakes. Number 2 Socks for Daughters. Wore blinkers in his last race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Devil, Pick 3 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 23 minutes at 1:55 p.m. A reminder that there's no live racing at Finger Lakes tomorrow. Next week, we'll be running Monday and Tuesday for sure. Wednesday is very up in the air.
All right, getting ready for race number 3, and got interesting. I mean, Crystal opened up a big lead, probably knows where the wire is. So she was able to, she stopped late, and Burby's Honey took advantage of the situation, chased her down. Raylu Gutierrez for Ronnie Bree Jr. in race number 2. Okay, third race, we'll start at pick 3. Pick 4 as well. Exactitry, Super, and Daily Double offered in here. From a pace standpoint, not a lot of sprint speed in here. So you got to think that the 5, Solo's Fury, and the 7, Can You Hear Me Running, might actually be the 2 pace horses in here. Just because most of these horses are coming out of routes without much sprint speed. Start with the 7, Can You Hear Me Running. This is an Ontario bred, was running primarily in Canada at Asanobia Downs, Woodbine, and Fort Erie. Was actually 4 for 4, perfect record as a 2-year-old, running in some minor stakes races at Asanobia, and then ran on the artificial competitively against tougher competition at Woodbine. So comes down the class ladder, catches a really soft group, and overall, the best races this horse has were back when he was a young horse, as a 2-year-old and 3-year-old, when he was running on the dirt sprint in dirt sprints. So back to a dirt sprint today, this horse got a big chance, especially in a paceless race. Solus Fury's the next logical, but he's been off since November. But when last seen, he had a win dropping in class to the 11 and 9. So he's able to get in for the waiver claim and run against the tag again. Last couple times in for the tag, he's won. Logical horse is Solus Fury, but again, the layoff is always a concern for these horses making their first start of the year. A real interesting one is the one, Jules in the Bay. Was in for the waiver claim. He's already making his 3rd start of the year. Ran at Parks back in March. Then tried a race here, and he got the worst of it. Both him and G Munning reared up at the start, and this one just got demolished at the start and still made up some ground late. Yeah, it was kind of a false close as he was passing some tiring horses, and everybody was chasing the winner, Sharpaz. But it's still a good effort considering the start that he had, just the fact that he hit the board. Now, he does have to step up because he's not eligible for the waiver anymore, but he's a threat in here with a better start. Exactitry Super Daily Double pick 3, and the pick 4 starts in race number 3. You got about 7 minutes to post.
On the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes, number 1, Jewels in the Bay and Cabercoa. Number 2, Socks for Daughters, Chris Russell. Number 3, Eric from Miami and Andre Worry. Number 4 is Bolt to Run and Jose Ventura. Number 5, Solos Fury, GM Rohina. Number 6, Interstate, Jeremias Flores. Number 7, Can You Hear Me Running, and Jose Baez. Number 8, Ice Time, Alex Gonzalez, the rider. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Even money favored right now, number 5, Solo's Fury. 2-1, number 7, Can You Hear Me Running? Solo's Fury coming up. Open the front of the gate for Solo's Fury. He goes in. Interstate. Can You Hear Me Running? Ice Time to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Can You Hear Me Running? Broke well and goes out for the lead. Solo's Fury displaying speed. Here's Jules in the Bay advancing up the inside into third. And then it's Interstate outside in fourth. A gap of about 4 lengths to Eric from Miami, passing Socks for Daughters, fifth and sixth. 3 more lengths to Bolt to Run in second last, and a half length to the trailer. That is Ice Time. 2 horses press at the pace as they make the entry to the turn. Solo's Fury and Can You Hear Me Running? These two spar for the lead. Jules of the Bay, 3 lengths behind in third. Then a length back to Interstate in fourth. A margin of 2 to Eric from Miami, who's about 5 lengths in front of Socks for Daughters. Ice Time is outside of him, and Bolt to Run is near the back as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Can You Hear Me Running? is inching away from Solo's Fury at the top of the stretch. Jules of the Bay is on the outside third. Eric from Miami fourth. Then in fifth, that's Interstate. 1 furlong to go. Can you hear me running on top by 3 lengths over Solo's Fury? And then it's Jules in the Bay, a late rally from Eric from Miami up into third. Your winner, Can You Hear Me Running? Solo's Fury second, Eric from Miami third, Jules of the Bay fourth. And a jockey objection, rider of the 5, Solo's Fury, GM Rohina's lodged an objection against the unofficial winner of the 7, Can You Hear Me Running, for alleged interference in the stretch. Looks like no change. It's official. $3.36 the winning mutual. Can you hear me running? Ontario bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Reload out of Joaquina. Pater Pop Racing owns. Dana Saul trains. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Trinity West Stable Limited bred. Can you hear me running? Double $11.68. Exacta $7. Try $5.68. Superfecta $3.29. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. Add Michael Imperio to the ownership of the one latest edition. Michael Imperio, in addition to the ownership of the one latest edition. You got Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double Wagering. Fourth race starts at 8.50 pick 5. Post time, race number 4 in about 18 minutes at 2:26 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4. No big surprises there. The two favorites kind of ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Not sure still looking for what the objection was in that race. Not sure where the claim of foul was taking place, but really wasn't close. Jose Baez got the victory for trainer Dana Saul, but favorites kind of dominated that race. Didn't look like there was going to be much pace in the third. Now the fourth race, a little more pace for this beaten 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, and we'll go 5.5 furlongs after going the 3/4 of race number 3. A tricky race. You got the inside horse, the one latest edition, obviously has a back class edge on this field. Problem is she was just claimed for 16,000 out of her last start in November and arrives here in May at 5,000. I don't think that was the intent when they claimed this horse. But you got to think on paper, she looks like the inside speed. She's got the class. She's just better than these horses, and she's the one to beat. But there are some red flags when you drop way lower than the level that you claim the horse at. She's at odds of 6-5 right now. After her, it's kind of open for the rest of these horses. They're very evenly matched. Looking at Lincolnville Beach, she's in for the waiver. She dropped to 5 back in October, and that was her worst race. Her other races, she was very competitive against tougher competition. So maybe just tailing off at the end makes her eligible for this race at least without risking the claim. And I can see this horse coming out running. She's running against better than her competition in here. You say the same thing for Thin Legs. She drops after starting off the season at 11-9, and she caught a really tough group for that level. Mamba Gigi, who was on a tear at the beginning of last year, was in there as second. Miss Stones, who had been running against higher class horses, about as tough at 11-9 as you'll see at the beginning of the year, and she still ran a pretty good third. So I think she's got a chance to be overlooked in this race because of that. But remember, that's a better race. She ran third, and coming down in class here, that puts her right in contention. 5-1 is a good price for Thin Legs. She's got a little speed from the outside that she could make a decision whether she's going to try to go out there with latest edition or sit right off of latest edition, depending on the break. Lady Quinn getting some play at 4-1. Numbers-wise, she fits nicely with this field. She just hasn't had much activity. She's been off since June, the middle of June, and before that had run in May. So not a lot of activity as far as competitive activity. She's been working pretty decently up to the race, and she did face tougher when she was running. So if she could keep her form off of this long layoff against these beaten 5,000 claimers, she'd be tough to handle in here. She's getting some action. That's a positive sign. She's at odds of 4-1. Remember, we start the late pick 5 with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available.
Coming out of the track, fourth race at Finger Lakes, there's number 2, Ruby's Mission, and Alex Gonzalez. Behind her is the 1, I think. Yep. Latest edition, and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Lady Quinn and Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is In Traffic and Jeremias Flores. Number 5, Lincolnville Beach and Andre Worry. Number 6, Bayou Melody, Kevin Navarro partners up. Number 7, Jackson Avenue with Jackie Davis. And number 8, Thin Legs, Michael Davila Jr. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 5. Got a field of 8 Fillies and Mares going 5.5, 3 to 5. Number 1, latest edition. Lincolnville Beach into line. Bayou Melody. Jackson Avenue. And Thin Legs to the outside. And they're off. Great start for Thin Legs, who sends out for the front end. Lady Quinn splitting rivals. Bayou Melody in between runners as well. And latest additions at the fence in 4th. 2 lengths off the lead. Has to check slightly to get off that inside. Lincolnville Beach now passes that one as Lady Quinn had the check while in 3rd, now in 4th. 6th place belongs to In Traffic. Outside of her, Jackson Avenue. And 4 lengths to Ruby's Mission, who's at the tail of the field. Onto the turn, 3 furlongs to go. Thin Legs has a lead by a long neck over Bayou Melody 2nd. Lincolnville Beach in contention outside in 3rd. 3 lengths back to Lady Quinn to the inside of latest edition. Further out is Jackson Avenue in 6th as they turn into the stretch. Thin Legs, the gray with the lead. Lincolnville Beach swung wide for the stretch drive and able to get to the front end with 1 furlong to go. Bayou Melody now up into 2nd. Thin Legs in 3rd, then in 4th, Jackson Avenue. 16th to go. It's Lincolnville Beach in front by a length. Lincolnville Beach wins over Bayou Melody. Then it was Thin Legs and In Traffic. Five, 6, 8, 4. Number 5, Lincolnville Beach first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.89. Got a jockey objection. Rider the 3, Lady Quinn. Oscar Gomez has lodged an objection versus the unofficial second place horse, the 6, Bayou Melody, for alleged interference up the backstretch. You can see the head-on shot, one of the views the stewards will use to evaluate this jockey objection. 3 versus 6. At this point, it does not involve the unofficial winner. Lincolnville Beach, New York bred, 7-year-old Dark Brown mare by Keen Ice out of Second Marriage, Epona Racing Stable, and Tioga Party Racing Stable, the ownership. Chris Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Ron Zorojeski, bred Lincolnville Beach. Apparently no change in the order finished. 5684, it will remain $25.44, the winning mutual. Double $48.82, exacta $123.60. Trifecta $98.97, super $403.94, pick 3 $34.92. Fifth race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 5 in 25 minutes. 25 minutes to race number 5, 3:04 post time.
All right, the paddock for race number 5, and looking back on the 4th, yeah, Lincolnville Beach. Figured that horse might be overlooked today, and certainly was. Was a nice trip under worry. Got the victory for Chris Engelar. All his horses are coming out running off the layoff, and that one was no different. Was able to wear down the speed and get the victory to start off the pick 5. You know, they call this objection day at Finger Lakes. 5th race of 5,000 Claber, going 6 furlongs. Look at some of the major players in here. You got an interesting one in Coach Ba. He has never won at the distance. Actually, he's never been in the top 2 at the distance. Yet I decided to take him on top anyway, just on class. And just a hard-knocking old horse that runs well at this level. When he's run for 5,000, he's awfully tough. You look at his $5,000 races. Last year he won off the layoff, going 4.5 furlongs in a beaten 5,000. Went up in class as a starter, that dropped back to 5,000 and won again. Well, he ran in an open 5 at the end of the year and actually ran pretty decently to be second in a route. So, yeah, on paper, overall his stats say he's not good at 6 furlongs, but he's won at 4.5, he's won at 5.5, he's won at a mile 70, he was won at a mile and 16th. Maybe this is the type of field he can beat at 3/4, and he's just better than these horses. And the fact that he won off the layoff last year makes me think maybe he's worth a shot at a price. He's 5-1 morning line. Is getting a little bit of action right now at 3-1. G Munning ran well in his season debut. He actually reared up at the start along with Jules in the Bay. Both of them reared up badly. I think Jules in the Bay got the worst of it. That one ran 4th 2 races ago. So he came back out of that race. And it was a couple of them, it was kind of a false close. As Sharp has a shot out there to the lead, and then was kind of easing up at the wire. So even though G Munning and Jules in the Bay got off slow, they kind of passed some of the tired horses to finish 2nd and 3rd. But not to take anything away from them, that was a good effort. First start off the layoff to run 2nd in this spot after the bad start. So better start today, puts him close, and the pace scenario favors him when you consider Storm and Sammy is the only real speed on the outside. Maybe he can hold the rail on Storm and Sammy, unless that one breaks well and clears. The 5 horses OP Firecracker. Now, Michael DeVilla, who rode G Munning, is on this one. Of course, he rides more for Aquilano. This one drops. Doesn't have the best form, though, and the distance is going to be a question for OP Firecracker, even the 6 furlongs. He did go 7 against the beaten 5s at Tampa and didn't run badly, ran 5th that day. So a repeat of that performance could put him close against this field, but he is a horse that's primarily goes a lot longer than 3/4. I mentioned Storm and Sammy. Now, Storm and Sammy looks to be the speed from the outside. Didn't break all that sharp last time and got caught chasing after a bunch of speed horses, and there was just a lot in there. Saratoga Banker, back to reality, was involved in that speed. There's another horse that was in between horses that I like that ended up fading in there. But Storm and Sammy never really got into the race. Remember last year, this horse was sharp when he was making the lead against tougher horses. So he's dangerous if he's able to make the front from his outside position. And he's right now at odds of 6-1. Again, not a lot of speed inside of him other than maybe G Money. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. Got about 9 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, 5th race, Finger Lakes. Number 1 is G Munning and Caber Coa. Number 2 is Colton Goes and Nasario Alvarado. Number 3, Coach Bahi and Kevin Navarro. Number 4 is Mila Grosso and Jackie Davis. Number 5 is OP Firecracker and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6 is Big Rich and Chris Russell. Number 7, Tommy the Torch, Emmanuel De Diego. And number 8 is Storm and Sammy and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. OP Firecracker. Tommy the Torch. Storm and Sammy to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Tommy the Torch, Storm and Sammy gets out for the early lead. G Money counters up the inside. Second, Colton goes in third. Coach Ba, he in a stalking position in fourth, 3 off the lead. 2 lengths of Tommy the Torch in fifth. 6th place belongs to Big Rich, who's about a length in front of Mila Grosso's towards the inside, second last. OP Firecracker at the rear, half mile to go. Storm and Sammy has cleared off by a length and a half over Coach Bahi, who engages outside in second. G Money shuffled third. 2.5 lengths, Colton goes, who's nudged a punt in 4. Tommy the Torch urged in 5th. Big Rich outside of that one, 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's OP Firecracker out of last, and 3 lengths to Mila Grosso, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Storm and Sammy, the first to face us, but under pressure. G Munnings up the inside, might have to switch the outside, but there's still room there at the rail. And here comes Big Rich. Big Rich on the outside now assumes command. Storm and Sammy is fatigued. Then it's Coach Bahi and Tommy the Torch, 16th to go. It's Big Rich and Tommy the Torch, first and second. Big Rich victorious. Tommy the Torch second. OP Firecracker in a photo with Coach Bahi for the show. Number 6, Big Rich first. Second, number 7, Tommy the Torch. Photo for third. 6 furlongs, 112.54. 6753. OP Firecracker got third. To the winner's circle, number 6, Big Rich. New York bred, 5-year-old Dark Brown Gelding by Bolt Doro out of Generosity. Tim Murphy, owner trainer. Chris Russell, the winning jockey. Sugar Plum Farm and Ruiz Racing bred Big Rich. $40.20 the winning mutual. Daily double $468.78. Dime super $363.70. Exacta $220.14. Trifecta $703.08. Pick 3 $221.95. Pick 5 5 of 5. $1,882.64. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:34 p.m.
All right, coming up on the 6th, of big prices in the 5th as that race completely fell apart. It was Big Rich, who's normally a closer going long, able to rally and to get the victory. Looked like the winner the whole way. Chris Russell off to a good start. He's had, I think that's his 3rd win already on the young season. He guides Big Rich to victory for the Murph. So we go to the 6th, a maiden race for fillies and mares going 5 furlongs. Let's see, let's start off talking about the 8-horse, Banking Silver. Banking Silver, the best form in the field when you look at her 2-year-old races. She was running at Churchill Downs and hitting the board against some open 2-year-old maiden special weights. All she has to do is repeat those performances. She would easily beat these. Well, that's a lot of ifs. She only ran once in 2025 after running in November at Churchill. That was at Indiana Downs, and she didn't run that badly. Ran just off the board. They paid $112,000 for her as a 2-year-old, resold for $25,000 as a 3-year-old. I mean, it just shows why she didn't run that much as a 3-year-old. But on paper, class-wise, she towers over this field. Just not much activity with only one start in 2025. So she looks like she's going to be the favorite of 4 to 5. One thing to say, she's a big, good-looking horse. See if she's fit enough to beat this group. Got a couple other ones that are running against tougher. Mama Rock Me's been running against maiden special weight New York breds in New York, tried a mile on the turf. Looks like she's bred for the turf, but you couldn't tell by the race that she ran. I mean, she didn't beat a horse and lost by 52 lengths, so maybe that didn't hold up. Not that she had the best form, but this is a lot easier going against our maiden special weights going short. This is actually the first time that she's competed on a fast track and a sprint and a dirt track. So see if that could be the difference. She's had 2 sloppy, 2 off tracks, and 2 route races, one of them on the turf. Maybe that could lead to victory. Saratoga Sunset is a horse by Union Rags. The dam costs $130,000, so there's some breeding here for Saratoga Sunset. Dropped in class to the 16s and responded to the drop with a good second place finish. Showed good speed in her last couple starts, so you'd expect her to have some speed against these horses, and maybe the change in scenery could be good for Saratoga Sunset. She's at 9 to 2. A lot of question marks with these horses. You mentioned those 3 that I mentioned, all are making their first Finger Lakes start. You got a couple horses that are making their first career start, both for trainer Julius Ashley. You got Snowbuddy Blink. A little on the tiny side is Snowbuddy Blink, because she'll be making her first start. And then you have Tavern Talk. Tavern Talk, the 7 horse, is a Kentucky bred. Have a dam by aptitude, so the better bred horse is this one. And she was training in New York before coming here to do some works here at Finger Lakes. You got the 6 horse is Go Get It. Go Get It is a big price right now at 10 to 1. Out of a winless stand, but she's got some classic Finger Lakes New York bred breeding, I should say, by Bustin' Stones out of a dam by Freud. Got every reason to improve, making her first start as a 3-year-old, going first time Lasix. Some of the horses for race number 6, really tricky race this one is. We'll start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered.
Fillies and mares coming on the track. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Mama Rock Me and Andre Worry. Number 2, Saratoga Sunset, Jeremias Flores. Number 3, My Gorgeous at Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Nobody Blink, Laird Bailey. Number 5 is Penzima and Jackie Davis. Number 6, Go Get It, Kevin Navarro. Number 7 is Tavern Talk, Oscar Gomez. And number 8 is Banking Silver, Raylu Gutierrez. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 fillies and mares, maidens to go. 5 furlongs, 6 to 5 on number 8, Banking Silver. 5 to 2, number 1, Mama Rock Me. 3 to 1, number 2, Saratoga Sunset. Snowbuddy Blink. One of 2 first-time starters in this race into line. Penzima. Go Get It. Tavern Talk. And Banking Silver. They're all on the gates. And they're off. It's Mama Rock Me from an inside post, setting out for the lead and opening up by 3 lengths. Banking Silver on the extreme outside up into second. Saratoga Sunset towards the inside in third. Then in fourth, that's My Gorgeous to the inside of Penzima. 2 more lengths to one of the gray, Snowbuddy Blink, about 7 lengths off the lead and a gap of 6 lengths to the back markers. Tavern Talk is to the outside of Go Get It, who's at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Mama Rock Me leads by 2 lengths. Banking Silver tries to peck away at the margin in second. Saratoga Sunset towards the inside in a joint third, with Penzima goes wide for the stretch drive. Then it's My Gorgeous in fifth as they turn into the stretch. Mama Rock Me on top. The leads 5 lengths over Banking Silver, who's all out in second. Saratoga Sunset grandstand side in third. Penzima fourth. 16th to go. Mama Rock Me give jockey Andre Worry 2 wins on the card. Banking Silver second, Saratoga Sunset third, Penzima fourth. 1825, number 1, Mama Rock Me First. Mama Rock Me, New York bred. 3-year-old bay filly by Rock Your World out of Hadriana. Carl Seitz, the owner. Jeremiah Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. Equine Futures bred Mama Rock Me. $5.82 the Winnie Mutual. Daily double, $132.48. Super, $5.84. Exacta, $12.22. Trifecta, $5.91. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $1,184.54. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 21 minutes at 4:04 p.m.
We're in the paddock for race number 7, and looking back on the 6, yeah, no doubt about that winner. Mama Rockby just absolutely dominated that field by double-digit lengths. Andre Worry for Jeremiah Englehart. No doubt about it, winner. 7th race, allowance race, and this one goes 5 furlongs. Got a couple speeds in here with Good Mission and Honest Reason. I went with a little bit of a price in this race. Of course, we've had a couple prices today. The Murph had a Big Rich win earlier. Lincolnville Beach was a big-time overlay. Queen Sally is one that's been running against a little bit tougher in New York. She started off her career here, didn't show much, but she broke badly in her debut. It was never really competitive. Well, she went to New York to get some experience. She actually broke her maiden in New York against the 40,000s, going a mile. So she shortens up here, going off the turf into this 5 furlong race. Don't have a problem with that because there's no standouts in here. And I like the fitness edge that she's going to have on most of these rivals. And she's a little classier. 5 to 1's a good price on Queen Sally. The other horse from this barn, the 4 Signifying Nothing, give this one a big chance too. Had terrible tactics last time, sent it to the front end, and ended up not getting beat all that badly. Only got beat a length after sending too hard for her. She's not a speed horse. So she's one that can, with a little bit more relaxed ride, can sit behind Good Mission and Honest Reason and be a big-time factor here. And she's a price. She's currently at odds of 8 to 1. I actually like both of these from the barn, and they're both decent prices. Most of the money right now on Good Mission, I mean, she's not going to have everything her way like she did last time. You wouldn't think. She couldn't have had it any easier on the front end. As the lone speed, she broke her maiden pretty handily. Probably did it in a good time and a good number, because that's what happens when you get things your way. Well, with the presence of Honest Reason in here, making her first 3-year-old start, you just wouldn't expect Good Mission to have as easy a lead as she did last time. And it's the same for Honest Reason. She's not going to open up a big lead like she did in the Stone Cold Fox race. So I would expect the two of them to be out there together. And that could be a factor of who can hold on in the end. Another horse that's got speed but didn't break all that sharp is the 6, Bald Kitten. She's been a little bit of a money burner. She gets second and third a lot. Actually, she's went on a tear there, running second every race. And not a lot of excuse for her last race. I think the bad start kind of hurt. But she was in position to win that race, and she just got beat from behind from the deep closer, Mia Nipotina, as that race completely fell apart. You got to like her underneath here. Not a horse you want to put on top, especially a 5 to 2. But a good horse to use in exacta tries and supers, because that's where she usually finishes with her 1 for 14 record with those 6 seconds. It's good. She could be a factor in here, but just more underneath. It's just a matter of who do you put on top, because it is one of those races where nobody really stands out. You got 2 speeds. I took a shot with a little bit of a price. The 1 Queen Sally could sit a trip in here as well. Exacta try super and daily double offered in race number 7. You got about 6 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Queen Sally and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Good Mission, Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Honest Reason, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Signifying Nothing, Andre Worry. Number 5, Party at the Post with Ray Lou Gutierrez in the irons. Number 6, Bald Kitten and Cabercoa. Number 7, Felix's Flower, Oscar Gomez. Got a leg up. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate, race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares to go 5 furlongs. No strong favorites. 5-2 on both number 2, Good Mission, and the number 3, Honest Reason. Two out. One left to load. Felix's Flower. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Honest Reason dashing out for the lead. Signifying Nothing, flashing early speed, and accompanies that one on the outside in second. Bald Kitten third, Party at the Post in fourth, as it's Good Mission who scrapes the paint in fifth. Sixth place belongs to Felix's Flower, 5.5 off the lead, and 3 lengths to Queen Sally in the seventh and trailing position. Honest Reason into the turn, has the lead by 1.5 lengths. Signifying Nothing outside in second. Good Mission towards the inside in third. Bald Kitten, Felix's Flower outside. Fourth and fifth. Party at the Post shuffle back to second last, and Queen Sally is at the back of the pack as they turn into the stretch. Honest Reason has the lead. The lead's about a length. Signifying Nothing, not giving up, outside in second. Good Mission towards the inside, and then it's Bald Kitten. Queen Sally on the grandstand side, still about 6.5 off the lead. Deep stretch. It's Honest Reason who's clear by 2 over Signifying Nothing. Honest Reason in front. Signifying Nothing second. Then it was Queen Sally and Good Mission. Three, 4, 1, 2. Number 3, Honest Reason first. Five furlongs and 59.63. Seventh race official, $8.90 the winning mutual. Dime Super, $41.50. Exacted, $105.92. Double, $29.18. Trifecta, $108.71. The winner's circle, number 3. Honest Reason. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Honest Mischief out of Deeply Analytical. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, the owners. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Barry Ostraker, bred Honest Reason. 2 wins on the card for owners Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, and 2 wins in the card for trainer Linda Dixon. 8th and final Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 19 minutes at 4:32 p.m. A reminder, no live racing here at Finger Lakes tomorrow. Next week, Monday and Tuesday cards have been made official, if you will. Still on the fence. We'll see about Wednesday next week, but that's very much up in the air. Eighth race, number 2, recorded time, rider 2 over.
Getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card, and good racing today as usual. Is Honest Riza, big effort, signifying nothing. Gave good chase in that race, but some good odds at some of those horses. Is a good mission, way over bet off of the Lone Speed maiden victory. That was one to really take advantage of that exacta and try. Just a reminder, we do not have live racing the rest of the week. Next live day will be Monday with a 12:55 first post. We'll still be open for simulcast wagering. We got all the action from Laurel Park, including the Preakness Stakes. That'll take place on Saturday. Of course, good cards there on both Friday and Saturday, as well as some other racetracks. You want to join us right here at Finger Lakes, where you can watch and wager on all that thoroughbred action. The last race is a maiden event for fillies and mares that goes 5 furlongs. The slight favorite in here is the 7. That's a first-time starter for Caitlin Gutterson. Interesting firster. Does show a 4 furlong work at 47. Nice bullet that day. This is the first full of the dam. Of course, one thing to say about the dam is all 4 of the wins for that dam were going long in route races. But is getting some backing early. I guess it's a good sign if you like first-time starters. I'm looking with some speed on the inside is Back to Cali. Don't like the way this horse gave it up in her last 2 starts as a 2-year-old, but she did try blinkers for the first time when last seen back in November. So we'll see if maybe just trying to handle the equipment change. Comes back off the layoff. These Engelhart horses, as you saw earlier with Lincolnville Beach, they're coming out firing off the layoff, and this one should be no different. 5-2 is the price on her. Celestia is the 6, and she's got 2 good starts for maiden claimers at the 25,000 level at New York. Remember, that's not New York breds; those are 25,000 open. So those are good races. Ray Lou Gutierrez rode this one to a 3rd place finish, going 5.5. So it doesn't have to even improve off of that race to be competitive here. Big chance to win the race would be the 6, Celestia 5-1. And as I said, it's hard to make a favorite out of this race, and I think you're going to get value no matter who you like. Scarlet Queen has done little wrong. She's had 3 starts, hit the board in all 3 of them, just missed last time and had a troubled trip. So she'll come off the layoff. Will be able to add Lasix with her first start as a 3-year-old, and even her numbers as a 2-year-old makes her competitive in a pretty soft group here. It's hard to leave Scarlet Queen out of tries and supers, and maybe she can run her best race as a 3-year-old and pull off the victory here. Let's see, we got Wayward Queen, the 4-horse. She lost by double digits in her last start in New York, so she'll get a little bit of distance relief, we'll call it. She'll cut way back in distance. Hasn't shown much. Her best race was a mile race, and she didn't lose by much. That was as a 3-year-old in the first start of January. Well, that was against the 40,000, so if she could run back to that race, except do it going short, she could pull off a big upset here as well. But of course, she's getting a little play at odds of 5-1. Wide open race to finish off the card. This race number 8, got about 5 minutes to post. Again, no live racing the rest of the week. Next live day will be Monday with a 12:55 first post.
Fillies and Mares are coming on the track for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Back to Kali and Andre Worry. Number 2 is Recorded Time, Laird Bailey. Number 3, Broccoli Drive, Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is Wayward Queen and Jackie Davis. Number 5, Only La Dus, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Celestia, Jeremias Flores. Number 7, Cozy B, Stephen Frett. And number 8 is Scarlet Queen and Luis Pena. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Phillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 5 furlongs. Maidens. 9-5 on number 1, Back to Kali. 3-1, number 6, Celestia. Wayward Queen going up. Celestia. Cozy Bee. And Scarlet Queen. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a tangled start there for recorded time. It's Back to Kali, who's accelerating out for the front end. Broccoli Drive goes with that 1 second. Celestia outside in third. Recorded time with a big burst of energy up the inside, up into a joint third. 5th place, Only LaDust, followed up by Scarlet Queen, who's deep on the course and 7.5 lengths off the lead. Cozy Bee is near the inside in some tight quarters, second last, and 4 lengths to Wayward Queen, who's at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. Back to Kali has the lead by 2 open lengths over Broccoli Drive. Celestia is 3 wide. Recorded times at the fence in 4th, followed up by Cozy Bee, who goes wide for the stretch drive in 5th as they got 3/16 to go. Back to Kali is homeward bound, has the lead by 3. Celestia's up into 2nd, and then it is Cozy Bee on the grandstand side in 3rd, 16th to go. Back to Kali and Celestia 1st and 2nd. That's how they'll finish. Back to Kali, give Worry 3 on the card. Celestia 2nd, 3rd, Cozy Bee close for 4th, Broccoli Drive or Wayward Queen. One, 6, 7, 3. Number 1, Back to Kali first. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, back to Kali. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Al Kali out of Before You. Wachtel stable owner breeder Chris Engelhardt. The trainer, Andre Worry, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for trainer Chris Engelhardt, 3 wins for Andre Worry. $6.92 the winning mutual. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $14,783.32. Double $64.70. Super $30.77. Pick 3, $35.79. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $808.72. Trifecta $38.08. Exacta $26.14. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. No live racing tomorrow, Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday. First post, 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.